Lorenzo. Hello. Wait, I have to find the song before I get. No! No, I refreshed it. Fuck. Okay, I will never find that song. Hi, Lorenzo. Hello. How are you doing? Let me play some songs for starting, but I have to find. No, wait. How do you say it? Group 2007. I don't know what's the name. Song. Okay, I think it's the Macbeth. No. What's the name of these guys? Wait. No. Oh shit. I have to remove my ad block from this website before playing this one. Only once. Hi Shield, hi Meta. Hello. I have to sing. I don't have to sing, but I have this song stuck in my brain. I have to play it. Hi Jaffer, hi Sandro. Hi Jake, hi Cat for good morning. Continue to cite. Come on, give me. Where is it? Where is the video? Where is it? I need it. Oh. I found it. If I have to teach you something from TikTok, these are the few things that you should know. Holy, this is a bop song. Good morning! Go, Forrest. Yes, I got you. I hope you're ready. Good morning! Good morning! Hi! How are you doing? If you've been on TikTok enough, you must know this song. I never knew about the intro. So good. Oh my god. The feelings. You don't know this song? Hi Cecile. Who doesn't know this song? Who doesn't know? You've never? Wait, you didn't know this one? You've never heard this song? Oh my god. Oh my god, you're missing out so much. Listen, I need Arya. Shit, I need Arya. Hi, said Polly. So this is like a song that has been going like crazy in the past. Like it's old already on TikTok. But it's such a good one. Oh my god. So good. Good morning, Eden. Hi, how are you doing? I'm Baxter. How is it going? Simpson. Baxter, thank you so Baxter. Simpson, thank you so much for the 6 months. Happy half of a year. Appreciate you for staying here. Oh wait, I have to change that one too. You're missing so much if you didn't know this song. It's such a good one. If you were wondering, the name is Jerusalem Live Version Miami Boys Choir. Such a good one. Oh my goodness. Oh, you're missing out. Chat. You need to know these songs. These are the real songs, you know, like the new songs of the new century. You don't think? Yes, you should. Ready for a solar eclipse? There's gonna be a solar eclipse. Yeah, that's the point. They're not TikTok famous, but this was good. Thank you, Zadiets. How are you doing, by the way? Long time no see. Wait, let me do the same old story with the Twitter and all of that. Can I be honest that I like the pictures that I took today? Yesterday I hated all of them. Today I like them. It's a weird feeling. It's a weird feeling. I just have to find which one I like the most. This one and this one. Okay. This one. No, shit. Oh, shit. This one. And this one. Alright, I think. Or this one. Shit. Okay, I think I got my Instagram post also. We're gonna actually have a solar eclipse where we actually... Wait, there's actually a solar eclipse? No, there is not. Is it like only in some places? Is it in some places only? I will not look directly into it. I was just looking at the clouds. 30% will be covered in northern Italy. Really? It is actually darker than usual. A little bit, maybe. I would have not have noticed. I would have just thought it's just cloudy, you know, because this is Italy. This is north of Italy. It's a partial eclipse and able to see in most places. All right. Wait, let me add. No. This is the wrong thing. What am I even doing? Okay, these two. Hey! Good morning, ring light. Good morning. Did you sleep well? Well, hi. Hi, Drakar. Good morning. Hi. In my class this semester, is there anything you can recommend me doing to make them feel at home? Ines, you could cook them a carbonara, which is a type of pasta. And there's like specific, like outside Italy, not everyone knows that you should put panna in it, which is like whipped cream. No, it's not whipped cream. Sorry, like cream. You should put cream in it. And a lot of people try to put bacon, but it's so wrong. You should put ham in it. That's how you make them feel at home. That's how you make them feel at home. Yes. Wait, you slept on the floor? Sato, what the fuck do you mean you slept on the floor? After this second, shut up. Sato, what the fuck? What happened? What do you mean you slept on the floor, Sato? What? How to trigger them. Like, I have specific things. I have specific things in my stream. Like, my cat threw me on the ground. What kind of fucking cat do you have? It's not a cat, that's a tiger. So I have specific things like if I want to trigger people, if I want the Italian to start talking in chat, I'll be just oh yeah, you put cream in the carbonara. Oh no, you're crazy, gone, lost. If I want to trigger people from Spain, I'll be saying that you put peas in the paella, and you also put vegetables in it. You know, like other type of vegetables. I don't remember what was the one that was triggering them the most. Was it like some kind of beans? I don't remember. Hi, AC, good morning. Good evening, actually. Good afternoon for you. You're going to lose so many people. You don't care if you put it in that one? Fresh out of the box. Die! Hello, yo! Die, what the heck? Hi! Die, thank you so much for that. Wait! Hold on a second, Ty. Hey, yo, wait, what? Oh, what? I've been live for 10 minutes. This is your very first month. That's your very first message in chat, and you subscribe for 3 months. I don't have that kind of support, not even from my parents. What the fuck is that? Dai, how much do you believe in this? Shit, thank you so much for that. Holy, Dai, you're the sweetest. Holy shit. Holy shit. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate you. It was the cream in the carbonara? Okay, is that why? Wait, Dai, where are you from, Dai? Where are you from? Wait, how am I... You have no alerts and no music? How is that possible? You do have music? Wait, what about now? Do you have them? You just watch for a long time? You have everything. You should also have the alerts now. Maybe they were a little bit too low before. I just need to do the... I just need to do the story. Give me the second. The music is low. Oh yeah, it's fine. What music do we have low? Oh, it's fine.
Alerts check.
Did it work? It's just different. How are they different? How are they different? They're working? Thank you, Meta, for the 100 videos, especially for the alerts check, you know? Don't watch. I will not watch the sun. No worries. Chat, I swear, I love you. You came in here to remind me, G, don't be dumb. Because you know that I need it. You know that I need you to tell me to not be dumb. Alright, thank you.
One more for the train.
Oh! No, you cannot trigger it. You cannot trigger it. You already triggered once. You know, that you used it once, but I appreciate you for trying. Alerts are good. I think that it's because, like, it's on, like, the freaking thing of, like, recording. It was recording because I need that to work when I go live, in real live. Oh, people, that's the first one. Fresh out of the box, Jackie Chan. I swear, Jackie, look at me. If you right now write a message in chat and it's your very first message, oh, it was not. Oh, no. Okay. Cool. You're good. Thank you so much. Can I have an autograph? Thank you so much. I appreciate you for the sub. I really do. Welcome on board on the early train. Wait, okay, Ty, I know where you are from. If you're okay, KKK, as a way of laughing, which I will never understand. Oi, Ty. Eu não falo português. Am I right? Tu fala português, right? Am I wrong?
Saber ping.
Wait, did you do it for the fish? What is that metaphor? Thank you for the 100. Thank you for the 100 greenies. I appreciate you. You are from Brazil. I knew it. Anu, are you trying to prove a point? Why do we have so many newbies today? Anu, are you trying to prove a point? Anu.tv. Anu, what is your favorite number? Anu, what is your favorite number? Thank you for the prime. I appreciate you. But I knew it! I knew it! Holy! Look at that! How dare you use your only single, like, chat, you have only one prime per month, right? And you have to think about, oh, I have it, maybe I can use it, like, to actually then use it. And this person right here, they were like, you know what? I never chatted in this place, but I'm gonna use my only and single prime in here. What the heck? Holy! Anu, thank you so fucking much. I appreciate you. That means a lot. Meta, thank you, Meta, for trying to trigger the fish. I don't know what you were trying to do there, but yeah. What is my favorite number? I don't know why, but my favorite number has always been 52. For I don't know which random reason. Wait, I have to do the story. I have to. Don't distract me. Shit, I forget all stuff. You know what? It's always been like 52. For I don't know. Like I think that it was like I was deck of like there's so many like numbers. There's so many things that happen then with the 52 for no reason. I don't know. Maybe I'm the one finding them. So, you know, so just I trigger my own self. But I like there was like this I was like I remember that I was when I was little I just joined like one of those competition about the costume competition, and I was I don't remember what I was like something Egyptian, which right now it would be very bad to be wearing, but you know when you're little and you go to those places they make you wear this shit, like these costumes, like, as if they were costumes, but we all know that it's cultural appropriation and all of that. But anyway, and then they elected me as like the winner for that, you know, like a bunch of, if I think about it, it's just so fucking weak, but it's fine. So I won, and since then, like I'm like, oh my god, 52 is my favorite number because my number was 52. You know, 52. It's a couple name. 5 and 2 are in bed together. Holy fuck! What? Holy shit! 52 is the day of your birthday. All right. Oh, change the emote on their train. It works, but not with the emotes, I think. How? Oh, that's how you do it. Oh, you can change those emotes. You can change those. Wait. Let me put the link out, and then we are good, yo. Done. All right. Done. Axel, I always had this tattoo. But you wanna see something? You wanna see something? Okay, so this is my snake. You see it? You see the snake? But it's also spraying venom. Because it blurred, so it's also spraying venom. Do I like the old Italian cinema? Yeah, of course. Stupid. Yeah, so we can just say it's, you know, it's just venom, you know? Like, yep, that is, yeah, that it's it. That's what it is, yep. But thank you so much for this train, chat. I really appreciate you for the early morning train. Early morning train. By the way, if you're missing out, oh, I have a question to ask you. I made yeah, it's on a sword. I made a YouTube channel with all the VODs. You can find them there, so they will never get lost. So all the stupid stuff you can find there. But wait, let me say thank you to these people. Jackie-chan! Anu! Oh, Dikito! Thank you so much! Welcome in! Anu, thank you! Hi, Tai! Thank you, Meta! Dikito, thank you so much! Dikito, thank you so much for the prime. I appreciate you for the 7 months. Happy anniversary! You're back in Trento? Let's go! Let's go! Now that I left. Now that I left.
Who's back here? Back in Trento.
Raccoon! Yeah, the tattoo is real. That's why it faded. Hi, lady. Hello. Enjoy your day. Meta is not here. What do you mean? You are here. You are. Hi. People, how is it? How is your day going? How did you had any weird dreams? Hi, Sarah. Good morning. Did you had any weird dreams last night? Did something happen? Oh, by the way, I wore this so we can also see the moth. You can also see it more like in the Twitter pictures that I posted, but there is the moth. Ugh. We're having short stream today. You cannot sleep, Prof. Oli. Why not? Are you stressed about something? You dreamt this stream, holy shit. Oh, you didn't know about the moth? There's a moth. Like a butterfly. Like a butterfly. You dreamt you met someone again? Oh shit, who? AC, oh, who the fuck was that? I look like Charlie D'Amelio. I literally have a command that says like, I'm not Charlie D'Amelio, to let you understand how many times I heard that. What do you mean nobody knew? I did it on stream. I did it on stream. I have so many. I have one here, one here, one here, one down here, one on my thigh. I have so many. What do you mean you didn't know? You should be knowing. There's no picture on Instagram with tattoos. For real? For real? No, there should be. Well, at least there is. Oh fuck, it's true. In this picture you cannot even see them. In these pictures you cannot even see them. Wait, can you see it in the ones that I posted on Twitter? Let me check. Yeah, you can see a little bit the one on the neck, a little bit the one, a little bit, not too much though. For maybe a little bit one on the thigh. Yes, and on Twitter you can see the one on the thigh too. You went crazy? Yeah. But wait, sorry, I didn't understand because I didn't see your question, Ashkan. I said no. Why should it be a short stream? Why should it, do I have something to do today? Do I have something today to do? Do I have to do something to do that? No, tomorrow on Wednesday. Yeah, Ashkan. Fuck, you scared me. Oh, Lee. Oh, fuck. Yeah, you know that I have a very bad memory. You cannot do this. Holy. Okay, let's check the check-ins. Let's check the check-ins. Holy, I trust you with my agenda. You feel ignored? What happened, Opa? Sorry, we were having like a conversation about other things. Sorry, we're talking about other things. Sorry if I didn't interact with that. Have you seen the Rings of... I haven't seen Rings of Power, actually. Happy Diwali! Happy Diwali, Josh. Okay, let's check the check-ins. Let's see. So we currently have Jake again. Jake, and what time did you go to bed? Jake, and what time did you go to bed? You know, it's not good to be on top. You know, like every time that I see you up here, I know that you've been to bed very late. Then we have Lorenzo. Well, Lorenzo too, to be honest. You're same time zone, you know. Sandro, iCoffees, Angelo, Anna, Henry, Lady Pink, Angelo. Two Angelos. Oh, they're a little bit farther apart now. Guzmo. My goal is to have both Angelos stay next to each other. Guzmo, Michele, Martin, Goldrake, Cesira, Canepazzo, Giampo, Ashkelon. Oh, you're not among the first ones. Francesco, the hidden partition. Let's go. We always have Sandro. Sandro is always at the top. Shit. Sandro is always right there watching all of us. Alright. I was tired yesterday to stay up with Mr. Mosca. I had to go to bed. Makes sense. Makes sense. And page 3, you're right. Sorry, Jalford. Sorry, you're right. You deserve that. You deserve that. Oh my god, look at who's in page 3. Jalford is there. Wait, oh, you're missing only one? Did you miss only the first day? Holy, you missed only the first day. Oh, Meta too only missed the first day. Holy. You will get there. Let's hope someone will crack. Yes, it's new tattoo. Why did I say the snake as a tattoo? Because it was cool. Imagine. No, people, these are temporary. These are temporary tattoos. Missed the first day because it was on Saturday. Alright. Wait, I go to sleep at 23, then I woke up at 2:10 a.m. because of my cat and do the check-in. What a bitch cat! What the heck? I am very much crazy, Theo. I actually am. By the way, Theo, you're definitely Italian. You're definitely Italian. Let me bet on this. Let me bet on this. Yeah, Joseph, come on. How can I get 7 tattoos in one night? Oh my God. Do you believe them? Hi, Junji. Hello, Juning Jungle. Hi. Mattia, welcome back. Long time no see. How do I know from your name? Tio. And I'm not gonna read the next part. I'm not gonna read the next part, Tio. That was good though. That's a smart one. That's a very smart one. I missed the first day, don't say it live. I feel bad now. Ah, it's fine. Rising, hello! Yeah, we do have to work. We do have to work. I bet your name is not Matteo. I believe that too. I believe that too. Something that makes me, like, something that cracks me open, like, is like when people come in chat and they start to do, like, Italian people especially, they come in chat, they start to do, like, those kind of jokes where, like, maybe Tio was like, maybe imagine if Tio like subscribed to like a English channel, it would be, oh, thank you so much, Tio, and then the rest, which is a bad word in Italian, like, you should not say it, like, it's not nice to say. And they come in here and they pretend to, like, they try to do it on me, like, bro, veniamo dalla stessa terra, dai. Sandro, Sandro. Hey, yo. Sandro, thank you so much for the gifted one to Tio. Thank you for the gifted one to Tio. I appreciate you. Holy. Imagine. Tio. It's just Tio. Just Tio. Just welcome among the subs, Tio. You cannot do it anymore. You cannot not do that joke on us anymore. I'm sorry. If my life was a novel, what would it be? Wait, what was the name of the live in Milan? We had a live in Milan. Confusion. It would be confusion. Holy. You can call him Theo? Okay. This was unexpected. We're nice in here, We're really nice. Thank you, Sandra, again for that. I appreciate you. Shall we start the day? The Adventure of Baron Munchausen with what? If you're new to this stream, I'm gonna be silent for 45 minutes. For the joy of many of my ex-professors, I'll be silent. It is not, Vera. It is not. It is not. I'll be silent for 45 minutes. We will be working on everyone is gonna be working on their own things. Alright? We're all gonna be doing our own stuff for 45 minutes. Everything you've been procrastinating, doing your homework, doing your job, checking the emails, cleaning your room. If I'm actually calling you out, it's not my fault, all right? It's on you, all right? Shall we start? Starting so much to be productive at work today. We got this, all right? We go one tomato at a time. You call me out, I got you, okay? It's not my fault, I'm sorry. This is how it works. Like, if I call you out, you know what to do. How can you be silent for an hour? Trust as a hi. As an introvert, those are my favorite moments. I'm joking. Here you were forgetting. There you go. Shall we start? Shall we go being productive? Just mute the mic and you'll be silent. Fair. True. I'm actually talking to myself most of the times. Anyway, people, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. Be good, everyone. Bye. Hello. Welcome to the break. Hi everyone. How is it going? How are you feeling? It's time for a little breaky. I will not be at Luca Comics, unfortunately. I will not be there because I have stuff to do. Such pure such. When even is it? I remember that when I checked, I couldn't be there. If you don't know what it's called, Luca Comics is like an event in Italy. I'm not that tired, meow. It's like, it's more like I don't know, maybe because I didn't get my coffee yet. It's at the end of the month, there we go. Like, so I have to go to Geneva, I have the 2-year celebration, you know. You got a lot done now, you're hungry? Comic, what are you gonna go for? What are you gonna go for? Am I waiting for the same thing? I seem sleepy just because I didn't get my coffee. Maybe it's that. Maybe it is that one. Yeah, right? The tattoo are getting like a better color. They're not just greenish as they were. Comic Games event in Italy. Yeah, that is more about like cosplay, but then about like, I feel about content creation, it's bigger the one in Milan, right? Hablas en español? Sí, hablo un poquito de español, Brian. Hola, hola desde Italia. Hi, Potato. Hello. Grilled cheese. Oh, you just reminded me. Wait. I have something. I actually made myself some fruit. If you're wondering what this is, these are my pants. You were tricked. Gotcha. Gotcha. People might be like, oh my god, you're so scary. Oh my god, you might go see you running. Never. I always wear pants. I almost flashed the stream. Hi, Seiko. Those are my normal pants. the shorts that I always wear. Flash this. But at the same time, like, these are shorts that I always wear. Sometimes I wear them just with these ones. I wear these ones and I wear a t-shirt only, like on the stream. It's fine. I don't know why. I get super like scared about showing them. Like, oh my god, bruh. So stupid. Yeah, Luca is really, really nice. I've never been there though. She always wears shorts even under her shorts? Yes. Fun fact, yes. Yes. I have never been there. I've never been to Lucca. Oh. It's like there's still the tea bag in it, so the tea bag just. Wow, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Drinking is difficult. Drinking is difficult when you're teabagging. No, Dominic. As soon as I said it, I was no. Holy, I basically got teabagged. To be fair. To be fair. I'm sorry, Cecile. I'm so sorry. I don't know what the fuck is happening in this group. So, in this break, I flashed you. I got teabagged. What the fuck is happening? What the fuck is happening? It's only the first break. Holy shit. If you want to see what is gonna happen in the next break, I'm gonna see with the wheel. Okay, Wardo, not bad, Wardo. Okay. Alright, Wardo. Oh, yeah. Nice. I like it. I don't mind. Yeah. Nice. What is Wardo or what is that wheel? What are you wondering? What is your question? Holy fuck! Hold on a second. Hold your horses. What is this? When did we...
Zuckerberg and Gates and Buffett, amateurs can fucking suck it, fuck their wives, drink their blood. Come on, Jeff, get 'em!
Daves, appreciate you for the prime. No more ads, Daves. No more ads for you. I appreciate you so much for that. I really do. I appreciate you. Because of Sunday? Yeah, I know, but it's like... It's sick. It's so fucking sick. Like, you let you understand that... What? We have never been surfing for this long on the 1K. No, they were 40. 40 on Sunday. They were 40. Normally we drown. So I appreciate you so fucking much for that. I really do. I have cool things coming up though. I have really cool things that are coming up now. Oh no, Alex. Unfortunately, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. But I appreciate you very much for that. Anyway, if some people wondering about this fruit before in chat, just letting you know, I did not cut it. Because I'm a lazy, spoiled brat. And my... Pew pew, actually, no. Actually, nope. No one ever told me that, so I did not trigger the command, the bot to say I'm not sure the million. Pew pew. Wait, hold. But pew pew. Let's talk pew pew. Is that a gifted one, pew pew, or is it you? Or was it you getting that sub? I gotta see you there. That was your first time chatting. It better be a gifted one. What? Today I'm checking all the newbies. Today I'm like checking all the newbies. You're giving too much responsibility over there. Too much responsibility. I'm joking. It's fine. If you didn't feel like chatting before, it's completely fine. No worries. I'm okay. I promise. Anyway, shall we go back to work? Shall we go back to work? Shall we go back being protective? I like blood red color, or yes, they are. Zico, you don't. No, not for you. You usually work. Oh, okay. Tenet, as it says in my title. Mod. Then at 3 p.m., 3:30 p.m. today, we're gonna have Tenet coming here and giving us the important news of the week. Actually, 2 weeks, because last week he was not here. And there's so many things to talk about, because we have Italy situation, we have English situation. Holy. Right now it's 1 p.m. 1 p.m. Next weekend, I don't know yet SSD, but for sure on Monday, we're gonna be from Turin and going for a whole trip for a week. The UK is fine, what do I mean? Okay. I don't understand if he's making fun of me. Anyway, okay, people, I'll take you with you in 45 minutes, okay? Be good, everyone. Bye. Hello. Welcome to the break. Hi. How y'all doing? How is it going? Oh, I have to answer to Cami. Cami, if you're watching this, I'll be in Geneva around 9 a.m. We need motivation for Joy. Joy, what the fuck? What do you need the motivation for? What even is it for? What's going on? Is it the comp? You just know that it's all in your mind. You already know that. Patience, that you need that. You need more patience. You need more patience toward who? Toward yourself? Toward what? I mean, if it's toward yourself, to be honest, like, just because I want to flame some people. Oh, you want to flame some people. Okay, remember this. The best people, the most achiever ones, are the ones that are the look the most calm. Because it doesn't matter. That is just anger and all of those emotions that you're putting out there. They're just destroying them like that. Channel that emotion into something protective. I know you want to be angry and just destroy them and scream at them, but would that fix you? Would that fix Dan? That would not help anyone, right? So what's the point? After you flame someone, don't you start to get even more angry? Isn't it better to be like, Sometimes this is the kind of patience that you have to give to other people. Not for them, but for yourself. Anyway, let's play a little bit of Bordeaux. As you know, Bordeaux is this beautiful game.
Ciao G, I'm studying by myself, so it's not easy to be always focused on what I am studying, but you are helping me a lot. Thank you so much.
Simo, thank you for the 100 biddies. I'm happy to have you here. Happy to have you with us. Chad, can you please share some love with Simo? Anyway, I hope that helped, Joey. We're gonna play a little bit of Bordeaux, which means we're gonna have to find out what is this new word. We start usually with the adieu. Fuck, in this case did not work at all. So it's a word that doesn't have any of these letters. If they were yellow, it means that we have that letter in the word, but it's not in the right spot. If it's green, perfect. All right. What is a word without any of these vowels? Like pools. Let's try with something that doesn't have like two. What is a word with like books? Yeah, but I don't want to repeat the O. I don't want to repeat polls. Polls. Post. Posty. Ports. Ports is a good one, so we can try more letters. Okay, the O is right there. The O is right. Boobs, shut up. The O is right there, so it could be like low. Low. Shit, it's difficult. Com. No. What the fuck could it be? Posty Malone. Holy. Cough. Coffee. Something coffee. You know, like it's it has a lot of cough in it. Could it be comfy? Comfy actually could be. Okay, it ends with a Y, Colin. No, okay, it ends with a Y. And there is a F. So it could be like foamy? No, it would be like this, foamy. But fully? Or like, oh no, it cannot. What the fuck? Luffy? Thorny? Is thorny a word? No, it cannot be thorny. Horn! No, it cannot be horny. Shut up. It cannot be. It cannot. Foggy? I had zero hope. Zero hope we were going to get at the fort. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Good job. Very proud, chat. That was difficult. That was really, really difficult. Holy. Holy. Good job. Proud of you. That was honestly difficult. I would not have got it. I would not have got it. I was so far away from it. I was so far from the right solution. I was so far from it. Hi, Kobo. Oh, by the way, I don't know if it makes sense, but like, listen up. I also made a clips channel. What's it gonna hate me? Wait, I made a new clips channel that can I change you? No, I cannot change you. So for now it looks bad, but I think that if we get to 1K subs on that channel, then we can get to change the title of that. But command add clips, that one. So that is gonna be for. I was so not talking to you, Alexa. No, nothing.
Sorry, I don't know that.
It's okay. Anyway, if you wanna like there's two channels. Yeah, there's gonna be the one with the VOD and the one with the clips. And then there is the one with my vlogs and all of that, all of my videos. Listen, this is me being weird and doing random stuff, alright? Maybe I'm also procrastinating. So we need more clips? Yes.
Alexis Ono Tornado.
You didn't trigger. Can the clips? No, because of like some kind of algorithm situation, JJ. Some kind of that. But anyway, so we have like those different channels, and if you have any clips that you think are worth it, you can just post them on Discord, and then I will be just putting them there. I'm starting to post also the old ones because I feel that they are cool, right? I should say that. Alexa, sono tornato. No! Will it say my house? Will it say my address? Will it say my address? I got super scared. No. No. I'll do it offline. I'll do it. It knows because it's connected with Amazon, right? Okay, I don't know. Now the cable is gone. Down there. Alright, I'll do it in the focus. I know I don't trust you. Holy. Plus it's in English, Alexa, so like you can talk to her only in English. Holy. Always best to remove Alexa from a streamer. Yeah, I think so. I think I will. This is actually supposed to be in my other room, like in where I sleep, but I'll put it there. Anyways, let's go with another tomato, right? I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. Be good, everyone. Bye.
Hello.
Hi, chat. Hello. Welcome to the break. So let me have the last bite of this one. Oh. The next hour, we're gonna have Tenant up here helping. No, it's actually like prosciutto crudo cut like in a very thick way. Welcome back everyone to the break. Holy, I would need a coffee. I haven't... Oh, hi HP. I just realized why I'm unhappy. Why am I struggling today? It's because I haven't had a coffee in the entire day. I know how I'm gonna fix it. I'm gonna fix it in the next tomato for sure. Coffee needed. I know that whenever I say that, I always feel like, oh my god, don't talk to me in the morning before I had my coffee. Yeah, but still, like I need it. Still, like I might be a little bit addicted. You know, I need it. You never take coffee. I'm so proud of you. You have coffee, taso pass some. Pass some, please. Please. Cecilia, no, we actually have already have a very, very cool coffee machine that people helped me out to get thanks to the wish list. Holy. Oh, hi, Lyrica. Be very careful. Are you sniffing me? Thank you. Let me take you. Thank you for the sniffs. Appreciate you. Appreciate you for the sniffs. Coffee makes you poop. Fair enough. Fair. That's the point in it. I also get a lot of headache when I don't have coffee. But today I didn't have it. That's why I think that I was able to go on for so long. Cafe equal drugs? No, it is not. I mean, you can be addicted to it as if it was like a drug, but we can be addicted to many things. Chat, question. What is the substance that people get the most addicted to and the most people die for? Did you know? Do you know? Sugar. Yes, it is oxygen. Sugar. It is sugar. Sugar followed by alcohol. Yep. Sugar followed by like very, very far away alcohol. Yeah, sugar. Because sugar is everywhere. And there, like, if you stop getting anything with sugar for like a month, you will feel like there are those kind of like diets where you just remove all type of sugar, right? And it's so bad. Like, it's so bad. Like, you start to feel like actually like you need it. You're not productive. You feel so tired and all of that until you get to the point where you're actually changing. I had like a friend that was like obsessed with diets and all of that, so I know all of it. It was the worst being around her when she was on that no sugar diet. Oh my god, I hated all of that. And when she was inviting me at her place, oh fuck, I hate it. Fuck, I hated it so much. So much. But because like I feel like in Europe we're very much like especially in Italy, I don't know about the other places, but I know that for sure in Italy we're very much protected. Like a lot of our stuff don't have that much sugar. But in the US, for example, they have a crazy level of sugar in things. Crazy level of sugar. Like, I had a friend telling me that they also put like sugar on like salads. Like the one the prepackaged one, they put like a little bit of sugar on it, so like it preserves the vegetables and it also tastes better. That's horrible. That was horrible. And everywhere it's sugary. Like also if I'm not wrong, I think that their level of sugars in drinks, it's higher than the one sold in Europe. Not sure. The problem with sugar is an evolutionary one. Our body isn't made to eat all the sugar we have at our disposal. Yeah, true. True. McDonald's, they use sugar in the burgers. They do? They do? It's good to be in Europe. I mean, we have our problems too, right? There are sugar on salad. In Chile, they remove sugar from stuff and they taste like shit. And they taste like what? Ketchup is poor sugar, yes. UK has a restricted sugar and sweetener restrictions. Really? I thought I remember that there was an issue there too, right? In the US, you breathe the sugar. Like, for example, do you know all of those cakes that you see, all like pretty with like beautiful frosting? They're all sugary, all sugar. That was crazy. High fructose corn syrup. Yeah, there is difference, right, between the natural sugar from fruit and the sugar they add the sugar, right? The 34. If you are from the US, hi. We don't hate you, not at all. Like, I think US is a beautiful country. Just you are fucked up with the sugar levels. Come to Italy. We can host you. Come. You know? Keto cakes are trying. Okay, listen. If you are keto, no. And the sauce they put in it, yeah. Certain sweeteners, and now there's a sugar tax, which means places have to remove sugar to keep price down. Ooh, that is good. But they are okay. Listen. But if you have to do a cookie chocolate, some chocolate chip cookies, the recipe that you get. Where did you get it from? You have to get it from the US, right? Because those are the best. Those are the fucking best. Those are the freaking best. Oh my god. Spesso sono di Verona. Greek cookies? I never tried the Greek cookies. Greek cookies I've never tried them. How are them? I never knew that they were like famous. Aria, can you please ship me some cookies? Thank you. Done. We will have soon cookies. Oh, it can be either more pricey or less sugar. Oh, that's amazing. Ooh, with dark and white chocolate. Nice. Exactly, Jeff. I never told this about the cookies. Never. She tells all the mokkatapaki. But never about the cookies. My favorite dessert is like a cake that is made here in Italy, in Ferrara, that a family friend sometimes does. And it's called tenerina, which is like kind of like brownie, but it's not as heavy as a brownie and as sweet as a brownie. And I swear, it's the shit. I swear, it's the best. It's the best thing ever. It's such a good cake. It's like chocolate, butter, and eggs. That's it. I think sugar, but that's it. And it's so good. No, fuck. Now I want the. No, I want now I want the cake. Why? Why did you do this to me? Actually, the other day she made like a space, like a piece of that cake, and she sent it to me. This family friend, and then I had a fight with my dad for the cake. Not even joking. We had a fight. Like I took a video of him like trying like to steal my piece of cake, like trying to be sneak on it, and I know. Nice. You went for Halloween? Yes, please send. Yes. Give me tenerina for Halloween, please. Yes. I yes, please. Who won? I won, but in the end I felt bad because he just really wanted it, and my piece was bigger, so I gave him a little slice. But I won. The important part here is that I won. Anyway, shall we get to work? Shall we get to being productive?
Zuckerberg and Gates and
Don't
fucking
kick the no.
amateurs can fucking suck it, fuck their wives, drink their blood. Come on, Jeff, get 'em!
Triste però con la panza piena. Sì. Donkey, thank you so much for the 2 months with the Prime. Appreciate you so much for that. Mighty Jiho, hell yeah. Oh, yes, Larry, do the tenerina.
I have been missing the stream for 2 weeks.
Oh.
New tattoo?
Yes. You like them? Anyway, let's get to work. I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. Be good, everyone. Welcome to the breakdown, boys. How are you doing? Hello. Hello. Do you know what is happening? Do you know what is gonna happen in this break? Because you are dumb, boss, and I know it, and I need you to be smarter, to be smarto instead of Dumbo. Jake, no! Wait, I just removed the alerts. This destroyed my ear. Jake, thank you so much for the gifted one. Thank you so much for the gifted one to Project Tenet, Tenet Project. Appreciate you so much for that. Appreciate you. Okay, we're gonna have 10 minutes of news, and then in the next break, we're gonna be opening this big boy right there. Yeah, yes. Okay, let me introduce you. Let me introduce you to this person. Wait. Oh, maybe I can make it like this. Let's see if this is gonna work without killing our ears. We'll find out. In case an alert will pop up, we'll find out, people. I'll see you on the other side. Give me the second. Hello. Oh,
Hello.
Okay, I fixed it. Hi.
Hi. I still need to get used to this intro.
I love the intro. I love the intro.
I love it too, but
You're not used. You will already like say hi to everyone.
yeah. And thank you for the sub, by the way. That's always really appreciated. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you too. I was waiting for Enrico Mentana to appear there. Exactly. This is our Enrico Mentana right here. Maybe better.
Better, I don't know, but this is what you're stuck with for the moment. So
let me introduce you to Tenet Project. Oh, every time I call you Tenant, like if you were like a tenant from the army. But
you can call me as you want. Tenet, Manfro. You can also like. So I mean, I've been here for a while, so we can start using names probably.
Oh, we can call you by name. Wow. All right. This is Manfro, but it's in any case you can find him on Twitch as Tenet Project. He does like he reads the newspaper and he talks about news and all the different things that are happening. It's an Italian channel, but as you will notice, his English is on point, so you can ask him any kind of questions. You find him early in the morning, so if you want to grab a cup of coffee and join him before starting the day, perfect. But what is he gonna do here today is we're gonna be having him telling us what happened in the past 2 weeks, because we missed it in the last one because you were traveling, and you're gonna tell us more about your travel later. The news for the past 2 weeks. So we can all know a little bit more, because I know that it's always a pain like to stay like updated with things that are happening. So we're gonna have this one for today. Tell me when you're ready and I'll set your timer.
I'm ready. I think I am. Can I start?
Sure, go for it.
Okay. So yeah, as it has happened already, like having 2 weeks makes things a little bit more complicated because things happen. So by what has happened recently, I will try to make some past perspectives on what we missed last week. I'm still sorry for that. So first thing first, today we had the speech of the newly first female prime minister in Italian history. And she's Giorgia Meloni. We have seen that for the last weeks. She's from the right party, very conservative party, and the government has been done in a very brief time, considering Italian average the Italian average time for making a government. We will see how long it will last. From what she said today, they are here to govern. We'll see whether that will be possible or not. But in the meanwhile, there is general excitement towards the fact that we have this newly formed government, as well as, of course, oppositions. There are some ministers that part of the population is not really happy about. Moving to governments, today is going to be a lot about governments because there has been a governmental change in the UK as well. So Liz Truss, which was the conservative female, not the first one though, in the being UK Prime Minister, has had to resign after her very initial policies didn't have the effects that she hoped they would have. And therefore, we have a new Prime Minister, Sunak, which was one of those that were supposed to be also Prime Minister when Truss was then appointed. So it is very interesting. Some observers are saying that there is somebody coming from, as he has Indian origins, very far behind, because the grandparents were Indian, and then they moved to Africa, and then he moved to and then he was born in the UK. I don't know, it was, but anyway, this fact that in the very darkest moment of the kingdom, there is somebody coming from the far part of the kingdom to save it. So there is a lot of this funny rhetoric around it. Beyond that, he's a man of the financial market, so he's supposed to know what he deals with. We will see whether
apparently
or not.
he's the richest MP in parliament.
Yes, that's the other side. So either you want to see it as the guy coming from far away, or you can see it as the very rich guy that became prime minister, and he's married to another very rich woman. So this is another
730 millions.
Yes,
Okay.
and I think the wife has even more wealth than that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Supposedly, you should know something about.
Yeah, I hope
the
so.
economy.
I should know, right?
Yeah. Other thing about government, we saw that, and I told you that we would have seen it. There has been the Congress of the Communist Party in China, which is 5 years. It happens every 5 years, and it is a little bit like our elections, of course, for their systems. So you have this 2,000 delegates coming in and choosing the 200, and then choosing the smaller until we get on top of the pyramid of the hierarchy in China. The fact was that President Xi Jinping was reappointed for the third term. Now, we were expecting that, but it is still an important moment for China, because that was not a practice, and it brings, together with other things and very important steps in ideology, it brings Xi Jinping, the current president, very close to Mao, which is now this kind of mythological figure to some extent. So it put him in the real imperium of Chinese figures, and in a position that is stronger and stronger every year. Also, the very close bureau, that is like kind of the government, is now appointed. They appointed all people very, very close to Xi Jinping. There has been also moment in which news media around the world are speculating Hu Jintao, which was the predecessor, we are talking about 10 years ago, before Xi Jinping came into office, was brought away. Like, there were 2 people coming and they took it away from the meeting. You can look at the video. There is much speculation, because the official version is that he's very old, he was not feeling very well, and they escorted him out. The other version is, oh my God, they purged him live on TV, because Xi Jinping wanted to show his power. Now, whatever you want to go to, that's not the main focus. Even if he was purged, the fact that Xi Jinping has a lot of power today comes from all the rest that happened during the CCP. So beyond that then we go into speculation. So go for the explanation that you prefer. Personally, if you have to ask me, I wouldn't see that as a purge in live TV. But whatever, there might be also proofs that that is the case. We will see in the next days also how this situation evolved, if we have other news. Speaking about government, we have upcoming elections. We know we have upcoming elections in Brazil, right? Still don't know much about that. We know the 2 contenders. By the time in which we have the elections, I will come with more details, because you explicitly, now I'm remembering, you explicitly asked me to tell you more about the 2 factions. We will see. Let's wait for the votes.
Stay
to
tuned.
happen. Yes, of course, we have to create. I need to buy my position for the next weeks. I still need to be relevant. So that's for South America, and that's for governments. Okay, so this is the word of the week, if I could pick one this time. Then, of course, there are some updates regarding the Ukraine crisis. You might have heard or might not have heard about the accusation of a dirt bomb this term. So dirty bombs, which are basically bombs that are not nuclear bombs, but have nuclear implications once they are dropped. Okay, so they can create. I think they are charged with radiological devices that disperse radiological waste or whatever, which is an escalation indeed. Now, the accusation comes from Russia this time, saying that Ukraine is ready to use these dirty bombs. Ukraine, of course, is dismissing these accusations, and today there should be a meeting in the Security Council in the UN, asked by Russia. So this is a little bit a shift in the something relevant in terms of how the two parties are framing the conflict. We know that that is part of the conflict, of course. Still on Ukraine, Steinmeier, which is the German president, has just arrived in Kiev, so it's another show of closeness to Ukraine. And other interesting thing that we missed. So we saw, right, that there had been the attack on the bridge in Crimea. You remember we discussed that. Now the escalation after that has been Russia using drones to bomb vast portions of territory in Ukraine, also cities, also Kiev. Okay, and this has been done through. This is what our intelligence, the Western intelligence, is saying has been done through Iranian drones. Very cheap, very expensive, very efficient.
Very cheap, very expensive. All right.
That was very, very cheap, but very with a very good ratio of cost and benefits, if we can speak about cost and distraction. Okay, that's maybe more an appropriate term.
Quality price.
Yes. And so there is this large use, but however, now Iran is denying it having given this type of drones to Russia. So it's now saying we may have given them before the Russian invasion of Ukraine, but we haven't supported military Russia since. So we will see how this investigation, also this has been brought to the UN. We will see how this turns out. Staying in Iran, we know that there are protests ongoing.
Yeah.
And now Iran is making allegations that the US are involved in this, in fostering and incentivizing protests that we know. Well, this is their position, the government position. We also know that the violence and the repression of these protests is very, very high. Some foreigners are also involved in the various arrests, such as one Italian vlogger,
really?
which is, she's detained in Tehran, I think. She was arrested. And
is she known?
She's known on Instagram, I think. Okay. It was a news of a few weeks ago. Yeah. That's as far as Iran is concerned. If we go a little bit south and we go to Ethiopia, and also there we discussed that there were possibilities for peace talks. So now we have peace talks starting in South Africa. This is a very recent update. We will see how those goes to try to negotiate the situation in the Tigray. Another positive story. What is that?
Alexa is talking.
Oh no, yeah, I think it's.
What started talking?
I don't even know which. Oh, it's Google. Sorry.
Google. You have too many.
Sorry, that was very loud. I was not expecting that. However,
you get scared.
No, because I mean, if I'm home, I know that it's Alexa. But if I'm not home, that's weird. Okay, so good news, I guess. There has been an air accident in the Philippines from a Korean. Yes, because nobody was hurt. It overshoot 150, like at 135 kilometers. It arrived at the end of the runway, and it kept going. But hopefully, likely nobody died, and they are all fine. All right. They are all reported safe.
Okay, that's like good news. That flight.
I don't know if it's a good news or a bad news, but
it should be a good news. It should be a good news. Thank you for that.
It should be. I mean, I will take it as a good news.
Yeah, same. It could have ended way worse, for sure.
Exactly. So this is it also because I think I am in my 10 minutes. And
perfect.
I don't know if there are questions about something.
Chat, if you have any questions, you can ask them either now, either later, whenever you want, and especially you can find him on his channel.
Yes.
Wait, what about the plane accident that killed the McFit CEO?
I didn't hear about that.
I didn't hear about this one either.
Yeah.
¿Qué pasó con el Brazil? We're gonna discuss Brazil next week or when we get closer to the elections.
Yes, which also means when Tenet has more time to look into it.
Oh, Adidas stopped their collaboration with Kanye. They did. All right. So it's not
Yeah,
yeah.
they are doing something. Yeah, I read some, but I read on Instagram. So
What about Argentina and Iran? Seems like some people in the government has been selling nuclear info to Iran. I don't know. I feel like this would be speculations. I don't know. Do you have any?
I don't know.
info?
That's too detailed.
Yeah, exactly.
To know something. Yeah.
Oh well. Thank you so much for this.
Thank you.
I super appreciate you for giving us the good informations of the week. Well, good, the informations of the weekend. Chat, I know the news might be like, oh, this is so depressing, but of course, we know more about the bad things. It's like when you are in a relationship and a friend comes to you to like complain about something, they will be complaining about the bad stuff. They will not come to you and be like, oh my god, it means the same thing. Cool things are happening. A kid helped an older man crossing the road for sure somewhere. I don't know where, but for now, these are the information from the word. Thank you so much, Tenet, for this. I appreciate you for taking the time and finding the right news. I appreciate
Thank you for having me. Ciao.
Have a beautiful day. Bye.
Thank you. You too. Bye.
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 And I strongly believe that, chat. Remember, go follow Tenet. Go follow him. Wait, I think that we can do this. No, we cannot do this. If I can have a multiple shoutouts and chat for Tenet, that would be lovely. And remember to go follow him. His channel is in Italian, but if you need any questions, if you have like a doubt, like you wake up in the morning, you see a news, you can just go to that chat, and even if they're typing in Italian, you can be like, bro, what is this? What happened? We already had two. Okay, thank you. You can go ask him, and he's definitely gonna be nice to answer to you. Anyway, oh, there we go. That's a new thing with a shout out. Yes. Oh, that's how it works. That's a cool thing. Cool feature. Yeah, go follow Tenet. Important. These are cool people doing really cool stuff on Twitch. Anyway, G traductor. You can get your traductor if you want to. Anyway, next break we're gonna be opening this big boy right here. All right, because now we have stuff to do. We have stuff to work on, right? But you can also go there if you want to practice your Italian for sure. It might be like a little bit difficult because they're talking about politics, but think the box. Yes, I'm very excited to open it, to be honest. We'll see. Anyway, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes, people. Let me see if I can put this one back on. All right. Music is too loud, maybe? No, should be right. I'll take it with you later, okay? Be good, everyone. Bye. Stop missing me, I'm back. Stop missing me, I'm back. Hi. Hi. Player, I'm doing good. Thank you for the nice words. I'm doing good. How about you? How is your day going? How are you doing? All right. You know what is coming up. You know what we're doing during this break, right? Let me close this. So, do you see something different in my room? Do you see anything different in my room today? Something that is blocking the way. Something. A box? Yes, a box. We're opening this one. Wait, let me fix you a little. Before doing a mess and go like and screw everything up, let me get myself a scissor so I can cut this one. Give me a second. Which croquet? There's no croquet. Let me get a scissor. Okay, no scissor available. No scissor available, so I'm gonna use a knife. But yeah, Malva, they're new. They're new tattoos. Anyway, there's something. All right, so I got this one. Wait, why on now? Why are you getting on now? Shut up! I can manage myself with a knife. No worries. Anyway, I got.
Say you right, got my guy, but I can't help it, I want you.
Marco!
You right, got my
Marco, this is
but I
appreciate you.
can't help it, I want you. Say you right,
Valdo, thank you so much for the gifted one to Valdo. Appreciate you for that. I appreciate you so much. Oh, wait, trust me with a knife on. Anyway, we ordered this one all together from HelloFresh the other day on stream. All right, listen. Let me find a way to so I cannot I don't cover the freaking box. It is pretty heavy, just a little. Am I not showing my address right? All right, just making sure. It is kind of little teeny tiny heavy because there's a lot of stuff. Oh, there's. What is this? All right, we're gonna check it out all together. So I got a lot of things, and this is like $60 worth, and it's like I don't remember how many things I got. Oh, look at the menus! Holy! By the way, if you're in Italy, you have the code, the POG Hello IT49 to get a maximum of like 65 euros of discount in the three first boxes. Thank you for popping up. Anyway, I got as recipes to do together. The quesadillas. They're actually cool. Like the recipe things are really cool. Okay, we got quesadillas. We got pork with cream and how do you say zafferano? How do you say zafferano in English? That one. We have meatballs with cheese. Saffron. Then we have mini tacos. I'm fucking hungry. Mini tacos, and then we have spicy pork. Holy. Mama! Ignored it completely. Don't know what. I was going to ask her if she already has something for dinner ready, like in her mind, or we can just do this once. Oh, there is apparently also an app. I swear, this one would be so cool. Like they send you all the ingredients to make stuff, to cook them, and they're like good quality stuff. And like you get to have like a lot of food for the rest of the week. So if you are struggling with like, you know, if you're living by yourself, I know you that you get the same steak every day with maybe a little bit of the salad on the side, or like the same pasta with some kind of sauce on it every single freaking time. I know it. I know it. I know exactly what you're doing. All right? Let me just do something. I know exactly what you're doing. This everyday pasta with pesto, there we go. Not even steak. Not even steak, like chicken, right? Why do I have to call you out? Because I know you. This is a good way that you can have like to create new things. Like I would have never thought about doing spicy pork, mini tacos, meatballs with cheese and what the heck? Pork with saffron and quesadilla. Would never thought about it. But this is a good way so you get the stuff delivered at your home. You have no excuses. None. And you can just do them, you know? They should arrive like every Tuesday. So, they are per color. Okay, so these are the things. These are the things for the mini tacos. So this one goes here. Let me be organized on this one. This is number 1. Then we have, what is this? Who are you? Oh! Holy! Chat, I can give you a box for free. Chat, shh, don't tell them, but I can give you a box for free. Like, I can send, like, if I give you this code, I have 3 boxes for free that I can... If you, okay, listen, if you want it, if you're from Italy, if you want these, I'm gonna put... Don't tell them, but I'm gonna post it on Discord, alright? So you can get them. Holy! Alright, I'll get them on Discord, I'll put it there on Discord. Anyway, then we have, what the fuck is... I'm gonna take that one for the last one because I'm worried about that. Then we have number 15 for the meatballs. Meatballs with cheese. These are gonna be, I think that this might be. And there's also like the time that it takes. Like the tacos is like 40 minutes. This one is 40 minutes to make. And like, you know, when you see the recipes online, you're like, oh yeah, 40 minutes if you already have all the ingredients. Well, you have them now. Or you actually have all the ingredients, so you cannot... I did something stupid, I know, chat. I know that I did something stupid. I wanted to move the chair like this, alright? I know that it was a stupid... I could have just turned the chair around. I know it. Anyway. Alright. Then we have number 9. This is... Number 6? This is number 6. Shit. And this is this is pork with the saffron and carrots and potatoes to put in the oven. Can we see the? Oh yeah, I'll show you the pictures of the meals. What is? Oh, this is huge. Okay, that's what she said. This is gonna go to the sponsor. Shut up, G. All right. Then we have the quesadilla. Ooh, this is a big one for quesadilla. With pico de gallo and yogurt. Ooh. Alright. And then number 2. This is for the pork. This is a lot of food. And then there is this. This is the thing that is heavy. They sent me a baby. They sent me a baby too. So they sent me a sack of potatoes. That's what they said. No, what the fuck is this? I am cool and I'm sustainable. Oh. Mette frigo, in frigo gli ingredienti giorno da consegna. Oh. Oh, these are the things. Okay, oh wait. Oh, this is more food, but this is the thing that has to go in the fridge. These are the things that have to go in the fridge. Ciao, mama. Do you want to see? Food. Do you have you already chosen what you want to do for dinner tonight? No? Because we have a lot of food. We have a lot of food for the next days. Okay, what do you want to have for dinner tonight? Do you want to have spicy pork? Wait. This spicy pork. Okay, wait, let me remove this one so maybe the light is better for them. Alright, maybe you can see it better. Yeah, spicy pork. This one. Or... She sounds excited. Quesadillas. Are you yawning at me? Like I'm showing to you things and you're yawning. Then we have pork with potatoes and saffron and carrots. Right? They're all fast to do, like maximum 40 minutes. Then meatballs with mozzarella and potatoes. All right. Or mini tacos. Mini tacos with chicken and ginger. Which one do you want to have, Mama, for dinner? Okay, listen, I'm gonna do this. I will most probably not do it, but I'll tell you this. I will cook. I will cook tonight. Which one do you want me to cook?
Non lo so, ma in diretta fai sta roba.
No, I will not cook live. No worries. She was already scared of like me going to do like a cooking stream.
Lo stesso uno l'altro.
Buongiorno, Mama Della Mama.
Io ho sbagliato.
She just woke up. She just woke up from a nap, so she's all like, I don't know, all of that shit. So I choose. Mama, scelgo io? Okay, I choose meatballs. We're gonna go for the meatballs. I had zero doubts for this one. This one is gonna be super, super good. Why not? Why boring? Meatballs with mozzarella heart, paprika, potatoes, and barbecue mayo. What there is there that it's boring about this, Cami? The quesadilla, but I feel like quesadillas are more for lunch. So like, listen, I'm gonna make the other things for lunch, right? Fuck, I thought this was just for the things. These are the things that don't need to be fresh, to be cold. There's a lot of stuff. But the other things at least you're gonna see them in during the. How is that boring, Cami? When was the last time you made them? Just because I already did other meatballs, you dumb. Yeah, that's what I say. I don't think my fridge is empty, to be honest. That will be something. I'll find a way to put them in it. But I'm very okay. So we either have this one. I want to do these ones, so then the others are gonna be for lunch. I definitely want to have the tacos and the quesadillas for lunch in the next days. So if you turn on the streams in the next days and I'm eating something, they are from HelloFresh. Again, if you want to use the code, it's POGHELLOIT49 if you're in Italy, and you get 65 euros of discount. Shit, that's a lot. Holy, I'm kind of struggling in thinking, like, let me see what there is inside here. Let's see what there is inside here. Oh, we have carrots. Oh, we have cheese also. They're thinking about it. That's nice. More cheese. Oh, these are the things. A lot of raw meat. Sorry. Raw meat is. But that's a lot of, like, to let you understand, I spent 60, but look at how much meat I've got. This is for 4 people for 5 meals. So like 20 meals. 20 meals, 60 euros. It's shit, that's a lot. That's very much like show off, yes. Look. Holy. Look at this. Is that ice? Oh, my hands are freezing. Oh, my hands are freezing. Oh, that's ice. But look at how much meat. Do you know how expensive meat is? Shit. This is better than Santa's bag. Holy. Off to you. Holy. Mom, did you do the clipper? The clipper, mother. Holy. Okay, I'm gonna put these ones inside the fridge. So cool. Ancora più sostenibile. And then you can throw these ones in the paper. You can throw this bag in the paper. It's actually, I'm not gonna throw it away. It's nice. Am I the only one that keeps this stuff forever when you're not supposed to? Holy, it's gonna be a pain to like move it around now, but imagine if I went to do like a grocery shopping with all of these things. I would have I would have never gone back home for sure. Like, holy. This is a big boy. Wait, I need to put this one under. €3 per meal? I guess so. Like, I got 5 meals, right? Five meals for 4 people. 5 meals for 4 people, €60. Around €3 per meal. That's nothing. You can put the things in the freezer. You can put things in the freezer. Do you understand that? You can put the things in the freezer. Like, you don't want to do the meat right now. You just put it in the freezer and you do it another time. Potatoes stay for so long. You know, so you can, if you are alone, you can go for more. Because you know that the more you order, the cheaper it is, right? So like, if you are alone, you can order more and just put it in the freezer. And then you can do it for the other day. So you're done for like 2 weeks. Or something like that. Holy. That's a
Grew to live in fear when I
thank you so
stuttering
much
or
for the
stumbling.
follow-ons.
I can always hear him sort of muttering and mumbling. I associate him with the sound of falling sand. So humbling, I said that we lie in the family fumbling. Babbling with prophecies that couldn't understand. Do you understand?
Because they're telling you all the things that they're giving you only the things that you need for the specific recipe. Then it comes directly like, they're giving like priority to local resources, and then they have a shorter distribution chain than the supermarkets. So if you buy from them, the cars that are bringing the food to the things and all that, it's like shorter. So they're wasting less carbon and all of that. And then they are how do you impegnati? They want. Sorry, I'm trying to like translate from Italian to English. Like, and then they try to compensate all the emissions of CO2 during their like operations with other things, right? Actually, really cool. I always wanted to do this sponsorship, mostly because I wanted the food. So I'm very happy that we were picked for this one. Are they carbon neutral? I don't think they are, because they have to run the company, like also like with their offices and all of that. But they said that they do their best. Wait, where is it? They do their best to have it as minimal as possible. Do they also sell drugs? I don't think so. They don't do pineapple. They don't. I asked them. They for sure they don't do pineapple pizza. Shut up, Jelford. Holy! Oh yeah, they committed to do that. Yeah, exactly. Thank you for the translation. If you want to, and if you come on Discord, I'll also send you these codes. But you can already. I don't know which one is more like convenient. These codes or that code over here. Just let me know. And Ashkelon, did you also? I know that also Ashkelon got the same things. No, I don't know if it's the same things. They can only be used on new accounts. All right. Only on new accounts. All right. Just take another email and make a new account. Anyway. What? Did you hear something? No. All right. Shall we get to study? Shall we start to work? Who said? I don't know. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Anyway, shall we get to work? Just the win? Okay, cool. People, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. If you actually order HelloFresh, I know you cannot use the code in Canada. That's the only problem. Is like only in Italy, because they are like the ones that sponsored us are in Italy. We have to become huge. And then the sponsors are gonna become like worthwhile ones, you know. We're gonna go do like a cooking stream with HelloFresh if we get to this goal, to 10 people. Anyway, let's go back to work. I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. Is it the last pomo? Okay. I actually have to, tomorrow, by the way, I am going to Milan. So tomorrow we're going to be doing, hi Laura. Tomorrow we will be doing tomatoes from an incubator. Tomorrow we will be doing tomatoes from an incubator. I'm taking you with me. We're going to go inside Tag. And if you are in Milan, if you live in Milan, tell me, because we can meet. I will be there like around 10, and then I will be staying there for longer. I will be there like around 10, and then I think that it's gonna start like a little bit later than usual, because I need to meet the person that is inviting me there, blah blah blah. They are waterproof. Tomorrow DJ day. I don't know if tomorrow I can try. It will be maybe difficult to have the DJ day tomorrow, in case we have it on Thursday. Shall we start? Shall we go back to work for the last tomato? Should we go for the last tomato? Start up incubator. Yes, start up incubator. Not a people incubator. Oh my god. All right, people. I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. Be good, everyone. Hello. Welcome to the break. Mama. There's my mom on the floor cleaning shoes. Alright, alright. It is over for real. It is over for real. Yes, I got a lot of tattoos. I got 7 in one day. Hi Shazam, what's up? Yeah, new tattoos, chat, new tattoos. Mama is very excited about the things. No, not talking about you. But yeah, I'm talking about you, but I'm not talking to you. Mama is really excited about the things from HelloFresh. She just woke up. All right, I have to fix something that I'll fix later. But so tomorrow, chat, I'll be in how is it called? In the incubator, the startup incubator in Milan. What is this? You good? I'll be in the startup incubator, and I'll be like we will be streaming from there tonight. And if the parents survive, yeah, I can make a story or something. You booked from Krakow, Clay. I will not show up. You know that's. What is the startup incubator? It's called. It's Tag Talent Garden. It's called Talent Garden. But do you know what it's a startup incubator? That's I think it's the problem.
Why did the girls smear peanut butter on the road? To go with the traffic jam.
Okay, so a startup incubator is like a place where it's like like there are a lot of startups out there, right? So they are like, oh, they have a lot of ideas, but they don't have funds. Maybe they don't know how to do a business model. They don't know how to do marketing and all of that. So this startup incubator, they do like some kind of concourses, like some kind of tournaments. And you can go there and say like, oh, this is my idea. And if they like you, they will keep you under their wing. So they're going to help you out and push your startup and all of that. There's a lot of knowledge. And most of them have like co-working spaces because then like they know that networking can help your startup to get huge. A brainstorm session of ideas. Not really, like they help you out. I'm not taking part, but I'm just joining the co-working space that they have in Milan. That it's just for these startups, and I will for sure do like also a vlog on how is the experience and all of that. But we will be streaming from there also. We will be streaming from there. So you will see me live from there. We do the same tomatoes. Maybe we're going to start a little bit later because I will get there like 10. By the time that I meet the person that I have to meet, you know, like all the blah, blah, oh, what are you doing? But this could be like is the start of something new. It could be the start of something new for real. Yeah, I heard about the new influencer syndicate, and I also read the comments of people. There is a syndicate for people that don't do shit. Anyway, first thing, shut up. You were distracted about what? About what is a startup incubator? What did you miss? Tomorrow we're gonna go for a stroll in a startup incubator. Nothing is gonna come out of that. Don't start thinking like, oh my god, are we becoming a startup? No, we're not. No, we're not. We're not. Chill. It's yeah. I read my dissertation. I put you. Wait, what? In my no, just Janine. Janine, oh my god, send me a picture of it. Send me. I wanna see that. Holy! I'll be doing like manifestos and like billboards with that. I appreciate you for that, Janine. You're so sweet. Holy. A startup incubator is like a company that takes a startup and they help them to grow, to get actually on up, you know? I'm not starting a startup. Hi, Paradox. Thank you for liking my tattoos. Not really thank you for putting those clips of me out there. Not really thank you on that. I cannot fall. I cannot have a teeny tiny slip. I cannot fall a little teeny tiny bit that there is always someone watching, clipping and putting it out there. Shit! Is that Paradox? Yes. Is that one. Is the Paradox. 2 hours ago, but you ignore her. I'm sorry, Ashkelon. I didn't see it. I'm sorry. Jenny, I'm really, really happy that you're here, brother.
Say you right, got my guy, but
No! Not to them! Not to Paradox! Not to them! Holy!
but I can't help it. I want you. Say you right, got my
Ashkelon, thank you for the gift. And one to Paradox. You could have easily avoided that. You could have, like, you know... Oh, alert. Oh, sorry. Alert was way too loud. Sorry, Nox. Thank you for the call out. You could have easily avoided that, but thank you. Thank you. It's not his fault that Clips will get 20k. No, fuck. Is it for real getting that many? Is it getting that many? Please. Okay, it is not in the top ones. Oh my god, why there's so many stupid clips of me out there? Why there's so many stupid clips of me? Oh my godness. Let me check. Alright. Oh, fuck. Alright. Alright. Who let these animals in here? Which ones? You? Which animals? Let me see this. I swear. Holy. It's not the top ones. Why? No, it's not the top ones like showing up. Like it's not. They should be the one among the ones that they show up first. I'm seeing the numbers that it's doing. All right. Woof woof to you. Woof woof to you. When did I do a tattoo? On Sunday. I did a stream about it. You can find it in my VODs. This is a good way for me to plug in my VOD channel. It's your fault, Mechanica? Yeah, most probably. Wait, how is it? Oh yeah, it is your fault. It's always your fault. Holy. Oh, it's gonna last like 2 weeks. It's gonna last 2 weeks. But don't tell anyone. Alright? No. Don't start fighting in chat. Behave. It's fine. There's space both for cats and dogs. Don't start fighting each other. Alright? Thank you. No. Kucha. Go to bed. Go. No. You will soon end all of the points. Shut up. By the way, Meow are doing better. Meow are still like predominant in this stream. We have more meows than moves, to be honest. China.
Hope you had a productive day.
It was, Ishan. Thank you so much for the 100 BDs. It's just the end that it's... You good? You okay? Can we do a synchronized woof and then a synchronized meow? Like all woof and all meows? Go get your groceries, Mickey. It's raining cats and dogs. It's raining cats and dogs.
It's raining cats and...
Yeah, that's what I said! You wanna go for a woof? Okay, now you're gonna drop... Oh, everyone drops woof. I mean, I don't mind. Like, this is a way that then you just use them all together in one point, then not later. Okay. What do you like the gif of like, hello? Yeah, yeah, this is me. Hi, hello. This is Tom. Kami will not refound. Don't you ever dare refounding. Meow in 3, 2. Meow now. No, it's a meow. Now it's a meow situation. I mean, I love that you have fun with these small things. And then you start complaining about me because I have fun with very stupid stuff. I mean, you're not any less of this. Any less. Nope, nothing less. Kami hates it. She will never refund. Probably. Very much probable. Such a peaceful break. Yes, a very peaceful one. Yep. There is nothing stupid about teamwork. It's not teamwork. It's not teamwork. That's not the teamwork that you would expect, you know? You give your point just for finding meow, that's okay. It's not my fault. You have to do the mouth dog. You do the cat, but not the other one. I couldn't find one. No, John, for my role is like DVD at Impera. That's why I'm like, you know. But by the way, on if you have like lonely days, if you ever have lonely days, you have my 24 hours in Trento out on YouTube also. So you have all of them right now. You will have all of those. And if you make You're looking beautiful, Sun Sound. Sun Sound? Sun Sound! You're looking very good. Nice.
What's brown and sticky? A stick.
What was I going to say? Oh yeah, and if you do cool clips, you're gonna get your name on YouTube too. Like, I'm gonna say that it's you who made the clip. But only if they're cool. If they're not cool, you're out. You're out entirely. Anyway. Hi, Tartufo. I hope you're doing great today, because you're making my day great. If only I was this good at flirting also with like real people, you know? Like, good clips at Paradox, they would never be as good as Paradox ones. Never. But I am... Okay, listen, I have this thing every like twice per year, I would say. Like people that I can actually see, you know? That's what I mean. That would be very cringe. No, it's... Anyway, I have these moments like twice a year. And I'm very sorry that you are finding yourself right now in one of those periods where like, I want to do a lot of content. I want to do so much content. So now we have, listen to this. And it's going to be all shit like in 2 months. But it's like, I'm telling you, just, I want you to be part of this, right? Part of this shitty situation. So we have a VOD channel, a clips channel, and a channel where I will put like my vlogs. Why did Anchor open one? Oh, it's fine. And then one with all the vlogs, you know, like with things like stuff and cooler things and all of that. Can we do a channel of all channels? Well, we could do one channel with everything all together if you want to, and we see which one performs better. But according to my... Why did you give me the wall? What did I do? But according to my analysis, this is the best way to do it. And I will be trying to put... Can we do a podcast? I wish I could do a podcast, asshole. But I'm not that interested to make a podcast by myself. So I would have to find like something. Either like chat, if any of you is... It could be with each one of you. Like we have like a 30 minutes talk and then we put it as a podcast if it's interesting. But I already thought about it. I already thought about that. You have no idea how many. Like, I would love to do a tomato. Okay, listen. I would have to have you sign an NDA because of this beautiful idea that I got. But I believe that it's not important the idea, it's important the execution. And since I'm not executing, it's fine if I tell you to. So, like, it's fine. But I would love to do also a tomato podcast. So, like, you know all the music that I put on Spotify, blah, blah, blah? I'll put that music for 45 minutes, and then for 5 minutes I talk, and then for 45 minutes I'll put music, and that's something that could work. But I have nothing to say during these 5 minutes. Plus, I'm not good with podcasts and stuff. If you know, already selling the idea, shut up. If you know someone that knows about podcasts and shit like that can help me out for that, I'd love to get them involved. And all of that. This seems so hard. It's not hard. It's not hard at all because in Spotify there's like the radio kind of way of doing it. So it's like you put like there's like radios, like famous radios that are doing this. So like they put like songs and then and this and this was Jerry Frary from the album Once Upon a Time. This is Radio 101, just playing up the real good music. For the rest of the music, I'm gonna play music that reminds me of my childhood. Enjoy. And all that. And that's how they do it, and it works, and it's really, really cool. It could be done the same with the tomato stuff, you know? You help produce 2 different podcasts? For real? Do you know also how to upload them? That's my biggest issue. Like, if people, I'm willing... Listen to this. I am willing. If you're looking for a job or anything like that, I'm willing to give you all the money that we make out of the podcast to the person that manages that. I'll be just putting in my voice every 45 minutes. You just tell me, Julie, send me 5 minutes of this. All right, I'll do it. You just think about everything else. You take all the things. I'll be like, oh, there is... Thank you, Han. Oh, there is like a sponsor that wants to do a collaboration with us. G, can you do it? Okay, I'll do the collaboration and you get all the money. All right, like I don't mind. I like to do these things. So if there's anyone out there who wants to do these kind of things, interested in like learning how to do a podcast and it's good at like sound stuff, blah, just let me know. Just let me know. I'll give you all of that. Same thing with the YouTube stuff. If you want to take it, I'll give you all the earnings out of the YouTube things. Also, especially if we do a collaboration on YouTube. Just telling you. Like, I am very serious. I don't care about that. That it's... I can give you all the earnings from that. Thank you for appreciating my tattoo on the neck. Thank you. I think that will be very fair. Like, I just care about growing as the community, you know? But won't it be demonetized because the music is copyrighted? Obviously, if you're talking about like on Spotify, no, because you put Spotify songs. Hello, you're beautiful because you have a smart brain and today you have been drinking water. Have you not? Anyway, to upload the podcast, you use a speaker. I have no idea. Spotify, iTunes, YouTube, and Patreon. Oh my god. If you're looking for this kind of opportunity, tell me, Sans. I'll be willing to give it to you. By the way, obviously, it will not get demonetized on Spotify because what you do is like it's how the radio do. Like you promote their songs. You know, like you create a playlist, like a podcast, and then the person will be listening to the song from Spotify. They can also skip the song. They can pause the song. They can adjust the song. You know, you can see the titles of the songs coming up. It's really, really cool. Those music lists are DMCA free and songs. No, that's what I'm saying. Obviously, if you do it like that, it's super cool. It's really, really cool. I found a couple of people doing that. Like actually one person, and the others were doing like radio, just radio. If you look long license, there is Epidemic. I know. I use that one for for the videos on YouTube. You have an idea, Meta? Oh shit, I'm scared. I would love to do like, but I would love it to be like in real life. If I could do like in real life podcast with someone else and just talk for like a couple of minutes and then we upload it, that would be so cool. Metal ideas are always curious, yeah. I do trust, just send it over. Musky Selvaggio, kinda. Hi, Enrico, hello. But anyway, I am deadly serious with what I just said. I am deadly serious. So if you're looking for like a couple of money coming in, just let me know. I do trust you. You deserve, but Tesselhoff, I actually got this idea since ages, but I was never, like, I can show it to you. On my to-do list, there is, right here, learn how to make a Spotify podcast. Right there. I always had it, and, you know, I always had it there. Yeah, you can message me about it. Yes. Message me about everyone. Whoever is interested in something like that, message me about. But I need to know if I really understand your kind of idea. I don't know, Meta. I don't know. Just text me and we will find out. Message on Instagram, Discord, wherever. You know? And especially if you have no idea. Listen, if you have no idea on how to do it and you still like, oh, you know what, I'd like to learn and try it out. Oh my god, I love those kind of experiments where we try together. I'll leave you like all of it. You just learn by yourself, you do it, and that's the best way that you can actually learn, you know. I strongly believe that. I strongly believe on that. If I can provide you content for you to do stuff, oh my god, please go for it. Like any of my platform, chat, this is important. Any of my platform, it's our platform. Like insert the the Bugs Bunny emote with the communist thing on the back. Like our platform. So if any of my platform you think you can do better, like you wanna like even just try it out, like our. We need do we have like is there like the emote? Is there like the our emote? Is it there? Like on 7TV? We have to find. But if you ever like think like, oh, I would love to know how to make these things, just let me know. I'll do it. Enjoy, have fun. You do it. You do it. There is. We need to Cami to add it. Can you please spam? No, don't spam Cami. She's gonna kill me if I tell you so. Don't spam Cami. But you can open a ticket on Discord asking her to add the our emote. I'd love that. Tell her I'd love that. I said it, and she knows I love that emote because every time it's like, it's one of the most like, I have few emotes that I keep referring to. There is the hour, there is the Spider-Man, and there is the what else? I know. Well, Sniffer is not like a meme. It's not like you know. It's not that. You know. It's what else? Incredible if you think what if I think what? If you think what? How is it called? The what? The hours one. Wait, say that again. Wait, what? What? Did I say something wrong? I'm saying like the hour. You cannot. Oh, you're here. Okay, the Bugs Bunny communism. 7TV. Wait. The way I say meme. Meme. It's not meme. It's meme. Meme. I've to be honest, I never understood how you pronounce that. Soviet Bugs. Soviet Bugs Bunny, apparently. Soviet Bugs. People Soviet? No. Soviet Bugs. Bunny? Bugs Bunny hours? How do you write Bugs Bunny? Bugs Bunny hours. Oh, call me Bugs, or oh, we also need the no. Oh, I'm adding the no. Yes. Custom Nate, nope. Okay. All right. And then I want the hours. Oh, it's already there? You already added? You added it? Oh my god, I love you. Can we change it? Wait, can we change it to... I think that we can... use a Can we just have it hours? It's gonna be just hours. Cami has been pushed out of the loop hours. I just made it. Should be like soon, I think. I don't know how soon. I think. Does it work? The hours? And that's the goal of this channel now, to have hours. Do you see it? Do you see it? No, still no. It will take a little bit to load, right? It will take just a tiny bit to... I need it. I need the hours. Oh, we have it! But it's still Bugs Bunny hours. Alright. Still the old one. I don't... maybe it's... Wait, maybe I have to refresh. How do I see which emotes do we have? How many emotes do we have in this channel? Ah, no, okay. Can I have no idea. No idea. Anyway. How do I put the code on Forest app? Oh, you have to have like oh, you should have it. Okay, you have it there. You have it there. The name did not change. Maybe it will take a little bit. What is this buggies? Oh my god, I hope this. Fine, never mind, never mind. So tomorrow we will be having the nope is with the big N. Nope. Tomorrow we will be in the startup incubator. Accumulator, I was saying. Incubator. Why am I in Milan? I am not in Milan, fun fact. And I am in Verona right now. Tomorrow I'll be in Milan. Tomorrow I'll be in Milan for sure. Fun fact. Fun fact, I'm not in Milan right now. You hate using phone. Focert. Chromex doesn't take the call. For what? But what is that? Holy. And then back here. And then back here, like tomorrow. Are those permanent? Yes. Yes. Forest Chrome extension doesn't take the code. I get it, I know. But it was like, are you good? I know, but it was like, are you okay? Is someone hurting you? Tomorrow, why am I in Milan tomorrow? Because I got invited to this startup incubator and I think it will be really cool. Plus in the evening there's gonna be like an event for a startup that I'm interested like knowing more about. And you will maybe soon enough know more about it too, but we will see. So I got invited. I wanna go see it. I hear I don't have the chat that is sniffing me. I know chat is not sniffing me. It's such a sad. Like wait, we can fix that. Chat, can you please give me sniffs? Can you please give me sniffs? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, also Bugs, thank you. Thank you. I really like it. I really like the sniffs. I'll take more showers just for you, chat. So then when you sniff me, I am smelling even better. You know, like just for you, just for you. If it was not for you, I would not. No, don't start it. Don't start the tonta and all of that. No, Lika is a bit too much. Lika is a bit too much. Lika is a little bit too much. Okay, we're actually done with the tomatoes today, as you can see from down here. We're actually done with the tomatoes today. What do you mean I didn't smell good the last time? Shut up. Shut up. Lack of affection, you sniffer. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, that's cute. Yes, we are. We are done. What is that? What would it be a sniffer word? Like, if the more you sniff, the more words you get? Like, what? Mortuary assistant? Holy no. Oh, no. If we get to 1.2k, we're gonna continue Visage. And I'm not willing to do that. Like the last time that I played Visage, I cried. I don't like crying. I don't. Especially because then I also didn't sleep for like a week. So it was not a good... It was not like a relieving cry, you know? I cry every day. I don't cry every day. Bye, see you tomorrow, hot kid. By the way, my mom bought this new perfume for the house. It smells so good. I don't remember what... Mamma! Cosa c'è nel profumo? Cosa c'è nel profumo? She's saying random flowers. Thank you. Perché è proprio buono. Random flowers. My mom is the best promoter of stuff ever. Ever. Imagine. Imagine. It's actually really, really good. Bouquet.
Meraviglia.
Bouquet meraviglia.
Beh, non si può fare.
Marvelous bouquet. Can I see it? No, 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 no! Funny. Now I'm gonna hate it. Now I'm gonna hate it.
Ah, c'è ancora acqua dentro.
Yeah. A fallen bottle of water. Now she found a way for me to hate it. Now she found me a way to hate it. It's bouquet. It's just bouquet.
Mix of flowers.
No, but it's Fresia, I think. Let me check it. Amber musk. No, no, Enrico, don't write that. You're completely getting banned. Don't write that. Don't write that. Don't no. Be careful. Be careful. Puis la maison, c'est Ambra. Arôme unique. It doesn't say what there is inside. There's just amber and musco. But how do you say muscle? Not muscle, but muschio. Muschio. How do you say muschio? Am I banned? No, not yet. Moss. It's really, really nice. But it doesn't say what there is inside. Like specifically. Well, it's good. Trust, it's good. And now that Floyd is here, the good smell is gonna leave. Come here. Come here. Show yourself. You haven't shown yourself in a long time to the stream. Come. Floyd. Hey. Hoy. Floyd. Come here. Good job. Turn around. Good boy. Hey. 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 Hola. Soy Floydo. Floyd sniffer. Now the room is gonna smell bad again. Now the room is... Oh, he's... Here. Wait, who's barking? Who's barking? Who was it? Who was barking? What? Who? Where? What? Who is barking? Coming from here? Yeah, the queen. Coming from here. What? Who is it? Who is it? Mickey! What the fuck? Yeah. Mickey, thank you so much for the gifted one. I appreciate you. I'm so confused. Doggo is so confused. Mickey! What was that for? I appreciate you for it. Some scratches on the butt. Who's barking? Who is it? Barking at a dog. We've reached our final form yet. He's now going to check it out. His name is Floyd, like Pink Floyd. It took us so long to find his name. It doesn't get triggered by meows, by the way. What breed the dog? He's like a in between. He's a mix of like a collie and a Labrador. Still no. Thank you for not banning me. I learned my lesson. I will not sniff flowers anymore. No, you will not sniffing flowers. It was not the flowers the problem. You know, like you know what you did. You know what you did. Holy. But okay, listen. I was actually, to be honest with you, I was kind of scared about going tomorrow to this thing because it's, again, out of the comfort zone. Very much out of the comfort zone, right? Like going to, like, I don't know where I'll be. I don't know. I will be by myself. I will try to get this with this camera so we can have a good quality. And we'll be with the potato laptop. The rest will be potato laptop and this camera. I have to upload stuff on that one. So we will be doing that. I did it once and I like it still. I get stressed about getting out of the comfort zone. You know, like I still get stressed out of like doing something different. And I know that many of you will understand, but I appreciate you because you're getting me out of there, right? Plus next week I'll also be going for the food trip, right? We're gonna go does it work? Remember the cooking stream. Shit, you're right. I have to try it out. I have to see Meta if it works. Worst scenario, I have the phone, so we're gonna have it with the phone. So thank you for reminding me. I have to check it out like later for sure. I think she didn't know, or maybe one I added one maybe. What on earth is a potato laptop? kinda like that, cause you know, kinda like a potato with a keyboard. Like it's actually a very bad very bad laptop. Like it's actually I started streaming with that one. So 2 years ago I was using that potato laptop to stream, and it's like a laptop that if I open a Google Chrome tab, crashes everything. It's that bad. It's that bad, you know? Promoted the secretary, yeah. I mean, I have so many secretaries, to be honest, because I need help, because I never remember things. Shit. Let's... if you don't mind, I'm gonna go test all the things out. I'm gonna test everything out, like the... Cause of potato brain? Yeah. I also have a potato brain. Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm sending you to someone that is... What is he doing? Oh, it's not. Never mind. I thought it was doing something different, but it is not. I will be trying to get stuff, like to fix all the stuff, you know, for tomorrow. So tomorrow I should be live from Milan, and I will be posting stuff from... I'll sell you my laptop if you want. I don't need it. I don't need it, I think. If you want to know more about what time it's going to be tomorrow and all of that, it's going to be for sure on Instagram, for sure. I'm going to post it there. Put in inglese che faccio character. Giovanni, it's fine. You just download an extension. It's a Google extension, I think. I think we have... There we go. There we go. I will be posting, I think around 12. I think it's gonna be around 12 because I'll be there at 10. Then I have to meet this person. Most probably we're gonna be like talking for like an hour or so, and then most probably we're gonna have like lunch. So maybe 1, you know, like something like that around that time. But I hope before 2 to go live because I wanna go from 2 till 6. 2 till 6 we're gonna go on at least. All right. 3. Okay. Come on, give me a little bit of credit. And by the way, it is not fair say that I am late if you are also late, all right? So if you're not in chat by the time that I am live, it means that I was not late. Sounds perfect for me. Sounds correct to me, right? Oh. Godpart, I appreciate you anyway for that. I appreciate you. People, I'll see you all tomorrow. I'm fucking excited for tomorrow, to be honest now. I'll see you all tomorrow. I'll have... Oh, fuck out. Oh, shit. I'll have to wear big person clothes. Like, big... Like... Okay. I'll see you all... Oh, my... Maybe I can wear in... No, I cannot wear my new boots. I cannot possibly wear my new boots. I wish I could. But maybe... With the tattoos, you know, like it would be like a full-on character, right? Just found out the channel for focusing issues. Saw 2 reasons not to focus. 2 out of 10. Musin, your dad focuses a lot, you know? Well, I'm next to him, but I mean, it depends on the person. Anyway, people, I'll see you. Fuck, being a mean person right at the end. Anyway, I'll see you all tomorrow. Yes, thank you for the message, Sam. I'll see you all tomorrow. Message me if you need anything, alright? Bye, people.